Good morning and welcome to the 2025 storm observation season. It's 11:45 a.m., Sunday, March 30th. Yes, I was in the vehicle covering severe storms and overnight tornadoes on March 14th, but midnight, 1 a.m., cloaked in rainy darkness, that really did not feel like a proper first storm chase of the year. So it's daytime now. We've got an enhanced risk across a big chunk of Illinois, Indiana, and then south into parts of Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas. There's a couple of targets here, and I've leaned toward the northern one. We've got a lead wave coming out of Missouri, compact little short wave, a lot of juice, dew points in the mid 60s. It's sunny right now. We got the low Q racing south to the north, so it feels like the vibes are good right now. It's warm and it's muggy ahead of a compact, vorticity-rich little swirl. So the more likely scenario is we're going to have a broken line of storms, maybe a QLCS with high-end wind damage, pockets of rotation, maybe some brief tornadoes. But there's the potential here we get a broken line of supercells, and maybe there is a window here, a couple of hours, where we could document supercell structure and maybe have a chance of a daytime visible tornado that's not, cloaked in a little kink along a line. So opted for the closer target here in east central, southeastern Illinois, considering dropping south down toward I-70 and I-64 later on in the evening, if it's possible. I'll just have my eyes down there as I do this initial intercept, but opted against a target down in the Missouri boot heel, eastern Arkansas into western Kentucky and Tennessee, just because I wasn't all that, more confident mid-morning that I would have better chance of seeing a discrete supercell and a tornado down there versus, maybe upscale growth, outflow dominance, taking over. So storm observation locally, also flipping it into severe weather coverage mode if we get high-end severe weather and tornadoes moving through the immediate Champaign County, east central Illinois area. Will be online. We're on the air with WILL, Illinois Public Media, doing the local meteorologist thing. So I'm hungry and in need of a fountain Coke. So I tossed around the idea of going to Quick Trip mentally, but I don't want to drive across Champaign, Urbana. So we're going to the Casey's in Urbana to get a fountain Coke and a couple of slices to fill our belly and caffeinate. And then I think I'm gonna just get on Highway 130, which is right over here. It's a good north-south highway, and I'm gonna just kind of drop south slightly south of Champaign, Urbana, because we've got these storms organizing to our southwest, kind of the south-southwest, near St. Louis, and tracking this way, they'd be here in about 2 to 3 hours, right in that 1 to 3 p.m. time frame where I think that we will be ready to go here with some significant severe weather. So do I think it's likely I'm gonna see a tornado today? Not terribly likely. I think we could stumble into one if we, play our cards right today. And somehow, in 20 years of storm chasing, I've not seen a tornado in March. I've been close to one, and I've been, on a storm where I probably should have seen it if I was looking around behind me at the right spot. Just hasn't happened. So I need to make that happen. It's the last time we're going to have a chance here in March 25. We do have another, potential storm chase on Wednesday, 2nd of April, but let's just get the monkey off our back and see a March tornado, why don't we? All right, pizza, Coke, gas. I need to remember gas is something I need today, now too, and then we'll get on the road. Again, it's about 11:50 now. The radar is coming to life to the south-southwest. We're gonna just kind of get out of town and in position now and let it roll. This is a great sky here pre-chase. It's about 12:30 p.m. Storms are organizing off to the south-southwest. Just sitting here watching the sky, for now, watching the radar. Big severe thunderstorm warnings off to the south-southwest. We could have significant wind damage, with some of these storms, but, does one of these little guys become like a discrete supercell out ahead? It's certainly gonna initially prevent me from really seeing what's going on, back here. We've also got like these storms down here, this storm by Vandalia, maybe up by Pana, but by Vandalia, and then down here south of that, these things could become some more significant, supercells or something like that as they lift north-northeast here along I-70 up toward parts of east central Illinois. So if I just kind of zoom out, kind of eyeballing that corridor right there as my chasing domain today. East Central, Southeastern Illinois. Let these storms to my south, southwest, let them cook for another hour or two. And then, you know, let's go. Here we go. First storm observation of 2025 happening now. It's our first cell. Is it going to be the storm of the day? I don't know. Raindrops. Woo! So I'm caught in a spot here where we've got this curly little cluster off to my west now, and it's like I could zip down Highway 36 here and probably get a view. And then I've also got this like semi-discrete stuff going on to the south. So what I think I'm gonna do is potentially go west, take a little peek, and then use 36 here to zip back east as these potentially discrete storms come up toward me. So I'm gonna get thrown on the air here in 9 minutes. So things are escalating fast. 9 minutes till I'm on the air. And then these storms, the linear thing with embedded circulations is just like 10 to 20 miles from crossing Highway 36, which is what I'm on right now, just to my west.
Can you hear me okay? Okay.
Yep.
We're going to just go on AM at 1:30. If there's a actual tornado warning, I will cut into the other stations, the FM stations, but right now we'll just do AM.
Okay.
Stand by. I'm going to, I have to switch some other things here, but stand by and I'll be with you in a second.
Okay. All right, tornado warning, and it includes Champaign-Urbana. It's a little circulation tucked in there. My north. All right.
Okay, I see that. Oh, Andrew, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
I see the tornado warning for Douglas and Champaign County. As soon as the AAS warning goes off, I'll pull us up.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Suddenly I've got a rain-wrapped tornado-warned circulation to my right headed toward my hometown, concerning lowerings to the left of the road coming at me at 60 miles per hour, and I'm about to get thrown on the air for live coverage. You'll also notice that once we start breaking coverage on the air, my phone also starts receiving an incoming call. When the weather hits the fan locally, it becomes a 5-alarm fire on my end.
Okay, Andrew, hold on. From Illinois Public Media News, I'm Reginald Hardwick. We're interrupting programming right now. It's about a little bit before 1:30 p.m. As you just may have heard, a tornado warning is underway right now in Champaign County. We have meteorologist Andrew Pritchard on the phone right now. And Andrew, what is that storm exactly that we are tracking right now?
You're right, thanks Reginald. This is a tornado warning that includes portions of Champaign and Douglas County. Champaign and Urbana are included in the tornado warning polygon here. The circulation that they are watching with this potential tornado right now is near the Sodorus area, very close to Interstate 57 and Highway 45. Again, near the Sodorus area, very close to Lono and Pasodum as well. So this tornado, this potential tornado, will be tracking. I did my best to stay ahead of the storms while providing live coverage over the air, but was eventually overtaken by a particularly windy portion of the line in the town of Allerton, Illinois, in far southeast Champaign County. You want to go ahead and head to your safe space now. And again, we have that potential for tornadoes, brief circulations kind of wrapped up within this line as well. So again, a widespread line of storms producing a lot of severe winds, but that potential for circulations wrapped up within it as well. I'm in the Allerton area right now, getting some pretty strong winds as this line of storms kind of moves through. And it will be out of here rather quickly. This is a fast-moving line of storms that will be kind of in and out of your neck of the woods in about 15 minutes time.
Okay, I think we're going to actually wrap it up here as well, but if you're just joining us again, the number of severe thunderstorm warnings manager in Sydney and eastern Champaign County reporting some structural damage from 50 miles per hour wind gusts. Also could be some power outages as well. You can follow all of this weather right now at the.org and if there are any more tornado warnings in our listening area, will come on here on WILL AM 580 and WILL FM 94.
Really severe winds whipping through here in Allerton. Probably have a circulation to the north. Just got caught up in live coverage, and it has been hard to stay ahead of these storms as they're ripping through the area with little circulations and then pockets of extreme wind damage. So I think we're going to be covering damage back towards home here once this line moves through. Though there are storms off to my south I'm keeping an eye on. I think I'm getting munched, and then I need to kind of swoop into damage mode locally. This is Sydney, just to my north. Enjoying the modest show as storms move off to my north and east. Destructive tags, severe warnings, 80-mile-per-hour winds. Just kind of going to be searching for damage here over the next couple of hours across parts of Champaign, Vermilion counties. Again, really nice mamadas here, but there's been some reports of damage in this area, but then from the little circulation, potential tornado over here towards Sedoris and Tolono. I'm going to head that way first and then off toward Gifford. Got traffic coming here. Up toward Gifford, Hoopeston, Illinois, they had 85 to 100-mile-per-hour winds rip through. So I would imagine there's some damage up there. So yeah, just kind of just checking out the damage across the area as storms move off. Quickly to the east, there are storms off to the south, and I'm just going to enjoy the show from a distance. Survey the damage here locally, but nice mamadas right now. This is in Sydney. Obviously not the strongest structure in the world, but unfortunate to see here.
Yeah, it's all dead now. That is good as a background. I think we can have it.
No kidding. Get that.
dog, right? I think last time
Yep. Yeah.
How are they doing?
He's good. He does not like the storms though, and
Aw.
was resisting going into the basement when the warnings went off. I'm like, oh.
Double, triple check that I was on the right place. And
I don't know that I would have seen this if I hadn't seen some of the sheet metal that's like up against the power lines by
It looks
45.
like that one generator, or I don't even know what that is, but it's kind of charred. I'm like, I wonder if that was the
Oh,
generator.
you know, that could be.
And
Yeah.
I was just like,
Looks
I
like
don't
maybe
know,
a
that one's black and
gas
that
tank.
one's
A tornado did touch down and caused EF1 damage over a 12-mile path across southern Champaign County, just south of Champaign-Urbana. Completely buried in rain, I never would have seen it even if I had been right there. I was forwarded a report of a collapsed building north of Tolono and ran into a local media friend over there. We caught up and helped each other produce some stories on the storms as emergency crews swooped in. One of the coolest parts of storm chasing will always be running into random friends in the middle of nowhere, playing catch up on days you had no plans to see each other, brought together by the weather. It's the Chicago Cubs home opener at Wrigley Field. That's why you're here, right? That's what I thought my day was going to be. Got up early, started my work day at home. Another busy severe weather day down in the south. Parts of Missouri, Arkansas, southern Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee. It's like the third or fourth day of severe weather down there. So I was sending out some alerts, some communication about the ongoing severe weather risk and flood risk down across that area. I went into the office for a while in the morning, swung through Starbucks for a treat, and then got to my office, walked in the front door, and dropped my whole coffee. That was weird. And then started, flying through my to-do list. No meetings the rest of the day, and my evening was opening up. And I was just looking at the models, and I'm like, man, it's a shame that today's setup isn't just a little bit further east into the Delta. Like, the primary region for severe weather down there is going to be in the, forest and hills of the Ozarks, southern Missouri down into northern and western Arkansas, parts of eastern Oklahoma and Texas. Going to be a lot of severe weather in that area today, and then all of that will move east into the Delta, which is, parts of eastern Arkansas, southeast Missouri, and then southern Illinois, not really considered the Delta region, but there's some areas of that that's chaseable. The southern tip, not so great. What happened was, as I sat there drinking what was left of my iced coffee and thinking about the rest of my day, which was going to be, finishing up at the office and going home for the home opener, Cubs home opener at Wrigley Field. They've already played like 9 games all over the world. But anyway, I was going to watch that on TV, kick back, take a nap, and just start what I was hoping to be a restful weekend. It's been a really long couple of weeks with repeated rounds of severe weather, whether it's here, there, everywhere, providing live coverage, sending out communications, whatever it's been, every day there's some kind of new thing to deal with the weather. And it's sometimes running long into the night. Some of the live coverage that we've had to do, locally, and then damaging tornadoes, weak, but damage being caused to structures and communities, all around Champaign-Urbana. So kind of a tough last few weeks to wear. Anyway, thought about it and decided the better thing to do would be to go storm chasing. So I ran it by Sophie, checked in with the wife, and was like, what if I went storm chasing down south? And part of the motivation here is like she has been anxious for the last 2 weeks because every time I'm like, I might be storm chasing today, that I have to follow it up with like, oh, and also the tornado bullseyes on our home. So also you need to be watching out. So I can storm chase today if I want to and not have to worry about any severe weather back home other than maybe some elevated storms overachieving and producing a little hail, which I thought would be cool to enjoy at home. So again, my day was going to be just like watch baseball, let it rain and thunder at home, go to bed early, sleep in. What are all these trucks up here? I guess it's just like 3 trucks. You'll see them go by. But anyway, I started looking at things, and some of the models were like, there could be a couple of supercells out ahead of the main line in the Delta region, the chaseable terrain. And so I'm like, well, so you're telling me there's a chance. And then as I looked into it a little bit more, I'm like, okay, So there's a chance, but like, what's that chance of? Like, what would you be, what's the ceiling? And as I looked at it, I'm like, it's not like a rocket storm. It's not like a rain-wrapped linear complex or a QLCS like I've been chasing here. It's actually, you know, the ceiling would be a supercell that could be producing tornadoes in a rather volatile environment. Really great hodograph, big, loopy, you know, low-level hodographs. So really really favoring rotating supercells, potentially discrete. And what sold it for me was the storm motion. I was looking at that, I'm like, am I reading this right? Like a 20 to 30 knot storm motions? I've been chasing storms moving at 60 to 70 miles per hour for the last 2 weeks. And that means not chasing, but just like trying to square it up and then getting steamrolled by it. Which, sure, I love to do that like a time or two every year, but as the pattern looks like it's gonna quiet down and reset, that's gonna take that a week or two. Probably won't be storm chasing until the 3rd week of April at the earliest. So why not kick the weekend off with a full send down to the Delta, and we'll just watch it along the way. I told Sophie, I was like, I'm gonna start driving now so that if if something happens, I will have left early enough to be there, traveling at normal speeds and not having my heart pounding because I'm like trying to catch up to a storm or get in front of it. Just leave early, go for a drive, put the Cubs game on the radio, stop and check a couple times, and if it either looks like still decent or maybe increasingly good, we keep driving. And if at some point it's like, this is a massive waste of time, I don't have to drive all the way down there. I kind of just figured I'd target Sikeston, Missouri, in southeast Missouri, which would take me 4 hours to get there. It's a little before 11 a.m. now, so that would put me there about 3 p.m. If I need to drop another hour south into northeast Arkansas, I would get into there about 5 p.m. It's about the time there should be some ongoing or developing supercells, if that's what's going to happen. And I could just kind of intercept that. And then it's going to be a long, stormy night all the way up into central and southern Illinois. So I will have some storms to contend with on my drive home. So kind of the ceiling on what I expect out of today's storm observation and what's got me going out the door is I kind of think that I could drive up to or get in front of a developing or ongoing, potentially tornadic supercell down in parts of southeast Missouri and northeast Arkansas, out in the chaseable terrain of the Delta. And I think that it could be moving at chaseable speeds of 25 to 30 miles per hour. So here we go, the first storm observation of the year that I don't have to watch my back and worry about giving urgent live coverage for my stomping grounds here back in Champaign County. I guess my target, again, southeast Missouri is the optimistic, closer target. If I could get a storm further north, that's a shorter drive for me. But if it's got to be northeast Arkansas, so be it. And if it's going to be in the forest, probably not going to see anything. But let's go try. 11 o'clock a.m., headed south on Highway 45. We'll pick up Interstate 57, take that down through the southern tip of Illinois into northeast Missouri, and then we will figure it out from there. There's a big area of rain and probably embedded thunderstorms here along and north of the warm front. Just kind of looking at the radar, it is, it's surging northward. So I was wondering, is this going to be a stationary blob of rain that keeps the warm front south? But it is lifting north. So I'll probably stop at the quick trip here in Effingham, empty my bladder one last time, get a fountain Coke, and then we're going to lock in for the last 3 hours to drive down there to southeast Missouri. We'll drive through this big area of rain, and we'll emerge in a volatile warm sector where temperatures will be in the upper 70s to near 80 degrees with dew points in the low to middle 70s. It is going to feel ripe down there in an air mass that is ready to explode. And I did one last check here, just looking at the forecast environment there, and you just gotta go. You gotta go. If this is 4 hours away, I know that I'm on a leisurely drive here, just trying to act like I don't really care. I just want to get video of a storm today, but photographs are so big and loopy. There could be something pretty gnarly down here, and I don't use that word often, but could be headed down here for a pretty gnarly supercell if we hit our ceiling here and get a discrete supercell out in this environment. You just gotta try it. Great warm front, and that comes with really impressive wind shear, and then the environment has just been priming down there for days on end, so it's like midsummer in the Midwest moisture levels down there. Drive through some rain, get a Coke, walk in, see what's on the other side. It is 3:15 p.m. We're kind of in the Sikeston, Missouri area. We're in the warm sector. It's sunny, it's 78 degrees. We're in the good terrain of the Delta. We got cumulus towers going up all around us, showers and thunderstorms trying to erupt here, kind of along the warm front. I've got a couple storms that have been trying to initiate in the open warm sector that I was originally kind of thinking I would make my way towards Jonesboro, but I think I'm going to target a little bit further north. I've got Walnut Ridge in my GPS right now. I'm still 90 minutes away from there, but if you just kind of look at the radar right now, I've got my target storms circled there, and then, you know, my location is where the arrow starts up at the top right. So I've got a bit of driving to do, and these storms also have a bit of work to do. I think they're fighting a little bit of a warm layer at 700 millibars right now, some weak mid-level lapse rates, and that's kind of been the bigger concern about the open warm sector. We know there's going to be a lot of severe storms, supercells, you know, in the bad terrain further west into northern Arkansas and southern Missouri, but I'm just hoping for a supercell here in the open warm sector. And right now, those two little blips are kind of my target. So Walnut Ridge, Arkansas for now. All right, so I'm here in Kennett. These storms have been percolating for like, you know, a couple of hours, almost my whole drive. They started down here by Little Rock. They've been just creeping up this way. They've got that really good early look. I mean, I love the southern storm here. This one's been nice at times, even got a new blip out ahead of it. I'd love it if this southern storm could become the dominant cell, and as it's drifting kind of north-northeast, get more of a northeasterly component. Again, I was looking at Walnut Ridge. You know, as an initial target, I've got Corning, Arkansas in my GPS now, which would kind of take me right up here. So again, just trying to get out ahead of these storms, and kind of, if I draw a line, right through there is kind of the good terrain. So I would like to stay on this side of the line, and if I animate the radar right now, you see the storms are kind of staying on the other side of that line. Yes, I would like to join the hotspot here. So once one of these storms roots, it would take on more of an easterly component and kind of go north-northeast or northeasterly. So I'm just going to keep trying to get up to like this zone right here and hope that one of these storms eventually makes that turn. And then, you know, I'm picking up a tornado-warned storm right in this area, and we're doing great. So that would be about an hour that direction. So we're going to keep on moving west. Sure feels like severe weather day here. Never really chased in this area. It's crazy. It's not that far away, about a 4 or 5 hour drive. I've been going for about 5 hours. Just always find a reason not to come down here. So a little bit of a discomfort when you're chasing a new area for the first time, kind of this Missouri-Arkansas border region. Very curious to see what it's all about. It's 5 o'clock. I've got my storm, and I'm just kind of drifting with it because it's just kind of taking its time. It looks good, then it looks bad, and then it looks good. Right now it's looking like a storm that just needs a minute. Might need some time for the upper level wave to fully kind of overspread the area, but this is what we got right now. It's severe warned. We've got a new little blip kind of exploding on the southeast side there. And then we got some inflow kind of being sucked into it. Out the window, not really much to see. The outflow, or the updraft that was on this side, just kind of disintegrated. So really the view right now is not very good. But we're just drifting north. I've got Corning, Arkansas on the GPS right now, just drifting up that way. We may drift into Missouri eventually with this storm while it organizes. For better or worse, it's kind of right in the zone of the warm front. Worried about it maybe getting north of the warm front. We'll see. Let's go north a bit with it. Tornado warning on my storm. It's 66 degrees out there right now. I am definitely like at the warm front, but the storm is just to my west. See some mid-level features. Visibility is not that great, but we suddenly have a tornado warned storm just out the window to the west. Just went through Corning, Arkansas, coming up to the Arkansas-Missouri border. Look at this visibility. We're on the warm front. Seriously, fog is like half a mile to a mile visibility. Coming in on this supercell. I'm gonna try and meet it over here by Naylor, Missouri, because I'm just ready to take a look, but like, I'm gonna have to drive way up on this thing to be able to see anything. I really need this storm to turn right into the better air. We'll see. Maybe it's somehow miraculously clearer if I get in closer to the base, but gonna take a left, head west, down Highway 142. It'll take me to Naylor. We're just gonna go in and look. I'm gonna follow this highway. Where am I? I'm gonna pull our map back up. I'm gonna go west out of Naylor here, and we're just gonna look. Yeah, 142. We're on the right track. We are just in the murk, in the fog on this warm front. Bolts of lightning hitting all around us. There is zero visual evidence here that I'm driving right up to a potentially tornadic supercell. I should be staring at a mean rain-free base and possible wall cloud, and instead I've got a wall of gray in front of me with a radar that says possible tornado to the left of the road with staccato lightning bolts piercing out of the murk. The further west that I drive, the deeper into the bad terrain I get, and now I can't see anything because of the fog and the trees. A little weirded out by all this and wondering if some big hail might be the first sign this supercell throws at me, I decided to stop at a church in the little community of Oxley, Missouri. Look at this structure. I don't know. I see nothing. This is a storm on the wrong side of the boundary. Thanks for the cover, church. No hail, though. As I start moving east out of Oxley in a moment, I kind of joke about some dark clouds off to my south, but I quickly realize I'm finally seeing storm features, and this really resembles a surging rear flake downdraft that's about to swallow me, and any potential low visibility tornado is probably close by. At this point, I need the storm to turn right and the environment to keep lifting north so it can meet. As I pull off here, things get interesting. As the rear flank downdraft passes over me, you can hear an increasingly loud roar, the sound of branches breaking in the distance, and you've got a ground-scraping circulation with cascading motion as the RFD wraps around it. Game time. What am I looking at here? Whew. It's flying. Is this RFD? This might be RFD. Yeah, there's a tornado in there. That was RFD. There was a tornado in there just past my west. Northbound on Highway 67 out of Neelyville toward Poplar Bluff, back into this murky, tornado-warned HP supercell that is apparently going to produce fognadoes. Look at this thing. It's 6:43. This thing is a foggy, high precipitation mess, and I have one more go at it, I think, here. I'm gonna try to get a look here near Puxico, Missouri. Just came out of Poplar Bluff. I'm going east. Gonna go north out of Fisk. Tons of lightning around me. And I'll show you the storm. It's murky. Not even 48 hours ago, a 600-yard wide EF2 tornado went right down this highway, and I mean literally went right down Highway 25. It was incredibly spooky to be driving for 10 plus minutes through the darkness with lightning from my own tornado-warned supercell illuminating damaged trees and homes and piles of debris along the road. this town was hit by a tornado the other day. Freaky. This is the town of Delta, Missouri, which was hit hard by a tornado just a couple days ago. Late March and early April was really rough on this region. And here in Delta, Missouri, they've barely had a break in the severe storms over the last 48 hours to get started on cleanup. It looks like a tornado went through 10 minutes ago. Super unsettling. Got sirens sounding here in Marion, Illinois. Embedded couplet coming through. Should be fine here. As forecast, a big squall line with embedded Boeing segments and circulations developed along my route home. I decided to stop in Marion, Illinois, where I could find food, gas, and shelter to film the storm while a tornado-warned circulation passed off to my south. There were a lot of tornadoes in the Midwest from mid-March into the first week of April, but even though I'd chased my booty off the last 3 weeks, I was having a hard time finding and documenting any of these tornadoes. The pattern was about to go to sleep for a couple weeks, but I was hopeful the peak season of late April into May would come through. All right, it's 9:34. It feels like 3 in the morning. Sometimes this is storm chasing. We're down in Marion, Illinois. Just had the sirens going for a tornado warning. Just waiting it out. Put in an order. Colin's gonna make fun of me for this. Put in an order for some Panda Express while I was waiting for the tornado warning to pass. So we got some sweet fire chicken, Beijing beef, and some fried rice and a fountain Coke. We'll let this little bow pass over. Sirens were going off. Things are returning to normal here. Oh, sweet lightning. Enjoy the lightning show, eat some food, and then, you know, get back on the road. Not far. Hey, birdies. About a 3-hour drive. Should be home a little after midnight. Unless we keep stopping and sitting. We're in Fort Sumner, New Mexico. It's 3:29 p.m. and we have a couple storms that are rapidly intensifying just to our west. So our location's right about here. We've been watching these two storms, and if I zoom out, they're not the only players. We've got a couple storms north here, one that's likely producing some really big hail off to the north. We had been watching a spud down here by Roswell as well. And then the other target way down south. Not much going on right now, so we feel pretty good about our spot up here in Fort Sumner. We're, you know, topping off the gas tanks, emptying bladders, and getting cameras ready, because it's probably in the next hour or two that we'll start making our intercept on our storm of the day, which could be one of these two right here, just west of Fort Sumner. We initially routed south toward a storm approaching Roswell based on radar trends, but I'm a big believer that if the storm out your window looks interesting, you should stop and give it a minute. That's what we did initially with this intensifying little storm right between Fort Sumner and Roswell. Yeah, major. I like this storm right now. Me too. Wow! Oh, look up! is sweet, dude. Between Fort Sumner to the north and then Roswell to the south. We were kind of going after the storm to the south, and then this developing storm right in between caught our attention. So we stopped, we watched it. It's a nice little tightly wound, I don't want to call it a low precipitation supercell, but it's kind of a small supercell. It's tightly wound and it had an attempt. But a nice little circulation there. It tried to spin something up. Right now it does look, it's kind of shrinking and weakening visually and on radar. The storm to the south has also weakened a bit, but we've got these new storms erupting to the north. So possibly back toward Fort Sumner. Colin and Charlie are back loading up the car. So we're gonna make some moves here after this storm. Look at the Momatis back here. Just turning into a really amazing scene right now. Momatis, lightning from the storm to the south. Got this shriveling storm to the west. And the new storm's off to the north, which I think we're probably going to go get in front of. What would you do here? The storm in front of us was cool, but is shriveling up. The storms to our north are better organized and look supercellular. They're intensifying and severe warned, while the Roswell storm to our south is disorganized and weakening and recently had its severe warning dropped. We went north toward Fort Sumner and caught this view of the storm base. The view of the north storm is murky. It's becoming a hailer on radar, and there really aren't any east road options for us to stay ahead. Suddenly the Roswell storm looks more appealing and somehow more accessible, even though it'll require some patience as we drop way south behind it. 30 minutes later, welcome to one of the dumbest places you can find yourself in storm chasing. You just drove 1,500 miles across the country through the dark of the night with one purpose: to document supercells and tornadoes. You now find yourselves 1,500 miles away from home in clear blue skies between two storms that are now producing confirmed tornadoes. The messy hailstorm you just left to the north and the new and improved supercell near Roswell that you're on your way to now, but you could have been on right now if you had picked it over the North Storm and gone south initially. But remember, it looked like this 30 minutes ago. Gah! Playing catch up on the storm that's east of Roswell now. We went off to the North Storm, looked pretty messy. Turned back around, went south. Both storms produced tornadoes while we were in the sunny blue skies between them. North Storm's dead. This one lives on, so it's kind of a race to get back ahead of it before sunset and or storm weekends. You're looking north into the action area of the supercell, south of the big sweeping RFD gust front. Any tornado would be tucked into the rain ahead of us. We can see on radar that there's a tornado in there, but it's tucked back into the precipitation core behind the RFD gust front that we're staring at. We're up against darkness, and the storm is probably going to weaken soon, and so realistically our best chance at seeing a tornado is just to sit there, peer into the rain, and hope this one shows itself before it dissipates. Initially there wasn't much to see through the rain, but suddenly it emerged. I know, it's tall, it's so tall. God dang this rain.
Use your phone, dude. It's coming out, it's coming out.
I'm on autofocus or manual.
Yeah.
While it's not much, our patience redeemed the day, and I was staring at my first New Mexico tornado. Still, I'm a storm video snob, and I was pointing my camera into the rain that was being blown in my face by westerly winds, making this tornado nearly impossible to document, leaving me more frustrated than anything initially. So the tornado roping out in there. You can kind of see it through the rain.
Really skinny. There it goes.
Come on. rotation right in here. See the left to right motion. Sometimes I like to think me and Mother Nature are in lockstep with each other, and then she serves me up a Tornado Alley cat bust for my birthday. Still, I had fun with my friends. We had steak for dinner, and then found one of the most unique rooms I've ever stayed in, the triple bed suite at the Shamrock Country Inn, right off Route 66 in Shamrock, Texas. Triple bed.
I tried to act busy while you were doing it. Not me.
No one's busy. Good Thursday. Good Monday morning. It's April 28th, 2025. We're at the Shamrock Inn in Shamrock, Texas, along historic Route 66. We got low-level moisture screaming north. We are in a 10% hatched area for tornadoes today, an enhanced risk here in Texas and Oklahoma, right on the Panhandle region into western Oklahoma. But we may be leaving and headed back towards home because this is part of a large storm system. All this moisture is being drawn north into the Midwest, where there's actually a moderate risk and a tornado outbreak expected. So we find ourselves a long way from home, with a risk for supercells and tornadoes right here. The thing is, the risk for supercells and tornadoes here is probably going to be focused near sunset into the after dark areas, or after dark hours, probably 7 to 11 p.m., something like that. So we could stay here, we could wait it out, wait for that late evening show, we could start migrating towards home. And the main event probably going to be focused in Minnesota, maybe Wisconsin, parts of northern Iowa, but there's a second area in southern Iowa into northern Missouri. It's about a 7-hour drive for us here, 7 to 8 hours. If we get to start now in the early morning and begin to drift up towards Kansas City, there's a chance on the tail end there as the dry line, a very far east dry line, punches into parts of Iowa and Missouri. You may get a couple of supercells initiating there in the late afternoon and evening hours. If they can break the cap, if they can establish themselves, you may have a long-lived supercell producing tornadoes into the evening and early overnight hours up there. And I would be closer to home, getting us there later on tonight into tomorrow morning. So we've got decisions to make, whether it's stay here or drift home. But right now, I think the consensus in our triple bed room here at the Shamrock Inn, Shamrock Country Inn, is that we start drifting towards that Missouri and Iowa target. And then if we need to, we can turn back around and get down here to western Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle. But to the room for now, finish packing up, and I think we migrate with this moisture northward. Welcome to hot, humid, windy, sunny Topeka, Kansas. It's just after 4 o'clock. We're sitting in Topeka at the Loves at the intersection of Highway 24 and 75 on the northwest side of Topeka, just ahead of an advancing dry line. Off to our west, we've got some agitated cumulus clouds starting to build as the upper level disturbance passes over the dry line. So big severe weather event today underway. We've already got severe storms off to our north across parts of Minnesota and Iowa, developing down along the dry line into Nebraska and then eventually Kansas here. So we've made the long drive. We woke up in Shamrock, Texas, drove through Oklahoma, and here we sit in northeast Kansas, where we think that later on this evening we may have 1 or 2 supercells develop with the potential for all hazards. Could be rather photogenic, could be tornadic as we head into the late part of the evening here in northeast Kansas. So we're where we want to be now. Hopefully you can hear me over the winds because we have flow, we've got the shear, and we have the juice today. This is the sky we like to see. It's been sunny all afternoon with these low-level cumulus clouds kind of coming in from the southwest. So we'll be watching the horizon closely for any towers that begin to develop, any potential storms that we could pick off either north or south of Topeka as we head into the evening.
How's Jonah feeling?
He's in Oklahoma.
Hello. It's 4:38. We're hot, sweaty. Leaving the Love's parking lot here in Topeka. We've got storm initiation just off to our southwest. I'll show you here. It's by Salina. Continues to grow up.
As do we.
Yeah. That's a weird phrase that came out, but it's doing what it's doing. So we're up here in Topeka. We're going to reposition over toward Manhattan, that general area, to allow the storm to mature, come towards us. It should move.
Trying to get out of your way there, my dude.
Should move. No, you're good. Move northeasterly initially, and then once it roots, it'll cut east, kind of near or along Interstate 70. So kind of a preemptive move. Northwest. Recent model trends have kind of hinted at the potential for explosive supercell development, meaning once it goes, storms explode, and you kind of go from 0 to 100 really quickly. So we were wondering if this might happen. It's trying to happen. I think maybe the cat bust yesterday has me a little nervous. We've seen storms try to go up, but this one seems to have what it takes, and it's a different environment from yesterday. It's our storm on satellite. It's our storm in real life.
Flanking line. Sick.
As we move north toward Wamego, Kansas, the storm let out a big RFD surge noted by the dotted line on radar and the big sweeping shelf cloud in the sky. The gust front was surging east pretty fast, making the northward jog to our east road option in Wamego a bit of a sprint.
Still going all the way back to 135.
Moving east out of Wamego toward Bellevue, you're looking south now at the big sweeping gust front. At the intersection of where the surging gust front curls back into the main updraft region, the storm is about to spin up a circulation at the surface and then yank it up into the updraft as a hybrid tornado spins up and moves into Bellevue. Visually it's right to the south of the road, but it's above us, it's curling around like this. And there's a little... It's rotating and there's dust on the ground. Tornado. Swirl above us. Yeah, we're safe. Wait. Yeah. Hold on, slow down. right. Just stop.
I think let's
Just
keep going on 24.
Keep going on
for now.
24, yeah. And we'll just negotiate this from
right
behind
here.
it. Yep. Right. Past these lines if you can, just for safety. You're good, you're good.
Bellevue, Kansas, just FYI.
I'll get a report right now.
Stop sign's gonna go.
No, you're fine. I was gonna say get past this building, yeah.
That's nothing, sorry.
Debris falling though.
Yeah, the winds are to our northwest, right?
Circulation's right here ahead of us.
You alright if I move a little bit?
Yeah. Yeah. Jeez. I was getting sandblasted. Your car will need detailed again. I apologize. You want me to put in on a fund?
Debris. Falling still.
Yeah. There's big limbs down right there.
Okay, left to right hard
Yep.
across the road up here.
Yeah.
Very hard.
Yeah.
Another big limb.
Yeah, it's cranking now. You could probably cook a little
That's
bit.
what I'm gonna do.
Oh yeah, look at it lowering. It's about to become a big one. The whole mezzo is cranking.
I see it.
All right, coming down Highway 24, we got gravel plastered behind my head from filming that QLCS tornado out the window here. I owe Colin for a car detail now too. That QLCS tornado formed thanks to a big RFD surge that now has pretty much gusted the whole storm out. So it's very much outflow dominant. Doesn't really have the look of a storm that's going to produce another tornado, at least not without a lot of work and some kind of weird morphology. So we continue ahead of it, and we've got some time to kind of reset and think about that experience. But for now, we're just trying to get back out ahead of the gust front of the storm, which spans from our north overhead.
Nebraska to Oklahoma
Yeah.
or so.
Nebraska to Oklahoma, basically. It is, you know, there's a lot of outflow surging out, and that is going to work against tornadoes in the future. But we got a storm behind us, and we've got a QLCS tornado in the bag. That was Bellevue, Kansas we were going through, by the way. Dropping south away from our storm, I mentioned was surging ahead. Had a big gust front there. Got new development that's kind of trailed off down along the dry line. A storm near Chapman, Kansas has gone tornado warned. And that should be far enough south that would ideally be south of the outflow boundary. So we are dropping south, making a play. Probably be like a 20-minute journey. This is the outflow from the first storm sweeping back toward the west. It's our new storm on the horizon. Very pretty storm just south of Alta Vista, Kansas. Just north of Alta Vista.
Funnel. I don't know if it'll do anything. We'll look up here.
Little funnel cloud. What a day. Just enjoying the lightning with friends. Watching the storm go off in the distance. My camera has already given me an error here and stopped working for 15 minutes because of the rainy, dusty Bellevue, Kansas tornado experience. So I'm not going to subject my camera to any more rain. Put it away for the night. And this is a just fine day. Just fine conclusion. Couple of nice supercells. Really interesting QLCS tornado situation where the storm spun up just south of the road. I was watching the big sweeping gust front that was kicking up all this dust, and kind of saw that right above us it was like curling around, and you could see the funnel and eventually dust at the ground level. And it came up to Highway 24 and then crossed the road there in Bellevue. Got strongest right as it went through town. Still a weak tornado, but I still have sand and stuff in my hair plastered to my skin, and I need a shower. But the camera goes away. Excellent storm observation day here in Kansas. Another really great birthday weekend of storm observations.
I'm Andrew Pritchard. I video myself crossing a road in the rain.
We had fun today. Silence.
Who is he? Yeah, it was great. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I'm not enjoying this.
.3:24 p.m. I'm sitting in Dwight, Illinois, and right now the vibe is done. It's dumb. There's cirrus passing over. The moisture's been kind of mixing out. It's hot and windy, and there's no cumulus clouds, near me. At the same time, I'm not willing to move. I'm already out of the Wisconsin target way up north. I'm pretty much out of northern Illinois, but sitting in Dwight, particularly, I have really good road options where I've got an interstate that'll take me, if for some reason, like the tail end of the dry line across central Illinois wants to blow up, closer to home where I came from, 55 is a great option. I've got 47 that I can take back south if I want to just go home at any point. I could take 47 north though, closer to the suburbs, and I've kind of looked at a couple locations to kind of, figure out how far I am. And if I wanted to get all the way up to Interstate 88 in the Caneville area, it's only 1 hour. So 3:30, if for some reason I need to get up to something that's going to go into the western burbs, I'm, in position for that and could blast west. So really I can get pretty far north, west, and southwest from Dwight. So it's not where I planned on being, but it's where I'm going to be for a little bit while I figure out if this day is going to do anything in this area. Hot and windy. I would love some cumulus on the western horizon. It's 4:40, I'm sitting in the same spot, and the vibes are finally starting to change a little bit. I'm getting to the backside of the cirrus clouds. Looking on satellite, there's a couple storms actually erupting to my north, up by Rochelle, Illinois, parts of northern Illinois. So looking at the satellite, it looked like that area of cumulus is really exploding, as if the upper level disturbance is passing over, and I'm starting to be able to see some of the towers. So I think I'm gonna move, I'll show you what I see. So there you can just barely see, just like the tops of something right here. So you might think that that area, and then eventually down south, these cumulus might start to become a little bit more vertically, grown, agitated. So still nothing really exciting going on. I still don't feel super great about this location. But at the very least, I do think I'm confident enough to drift north because I can quickly get back south if I need to. Before I go, something kind of cool. I'm here by historic Route 66, which we were down by in Texas 2 weeks ago, but there's some of the original pavement from Route 66 here where they've got the new highway, but here's the old highway. So there you go, some of the old Route 66 pavement. The old sideline. The new and the old and the towers. Yeah, would not call them towers yet. Anyway, just kind of cool stuff you see driving around the middle of nowhere. It's the rest of the pavement going that way. All right, almost dropped my camera. Let's drive north, I guess. This is that part of the chase day where it's like you're past the morning excitement. You're to the point in the afternoon where the models are not helpful because it's like, well, whatever's happening is happening at this point. Model's not going to fix my targeting at this point. So now I need a storm to form to make this a chase. It's 6:15 p.m. I'm calling it on the north play. There are storms up there in northern Illinois, a couple that I've put into my GPS. And there's storms blowing up back towards home. And the environment out ahead of both of them is not all that conducive to tornadoes. It's going to be kind of fluky if either zone does it. And back home, at least there's moisture. So the winds are veered. We got strong southwesterly winds here out ahead of the dry line, which again is not going to be conducive to tornado genesis. But at least as I make my way back towards home in central Illinois, dew points are in the low 70s. So you got the moisture there for maybe a more intense storm. So I've got Clinton, plugged into my phone. I've had Leroy, generally heading back towards like my stomping grounds, my home area of central Illinois, now kind of just refocusing it to be I could see a cool storm scene, around sunset kind of situation. And so if I'm going to do that, I'm going to pick the one that's closer to home versus the one that's going to be a 3-hour drive from home. So we'll see. I'm not all that optimistic. This is just kind of at least taking me back towards home, so I'm not wiped out for tomorrow. And we're driving towards some storms, and maybe they'll be supercellular, and maybe they'll be rather severe at a cool time of the day as the sun goes down. So we'll head south now. Got to do about an hour of driving to get down ahead of these. Those are my storms erupting on satellite. So pretty good explosive development off to my south. I'm routed just about 20 miles south. You can start to see the updrafts here. It's nothing all that organized from this angle. Coming in kind of from the northeast. The northeast, but at any rate, I'm gonna try and get out ahead of these things on I-74. South of Bloomington, severe warning storms. We'll see what we can see on the front side. Kind of just shifting into storm scene mode. Document some severe storms here on the Illinois dry line as we get towards sunset. Pretty intense little storms actually down here, and I say little, they're, I think, maybe closely spaced supercells. Disorganized little nukes is what they are. They're producing nearly 2-inch hailstones here that are being reported, along with 70-mile-per-hour measured wind gusts. So we've got considerable tagged severe warnings here for big hail and big winds on these storms just to my southwest. 7:20 p.m. We do actually have a storm that looks kind of cute. Might be a little supercell on radar. Kind of just west of Decatur. I'm northeast of it, kind of where the circle is. My general route to get out ahead of it is something like that. 7:20 p.m. So it'll be coming up on dark. And I'll just get maybe half an hour of daylight to look at this storm, but we'll see what it can do for us here in the last little bit of daylight. This at least looks more like a chase day. We've got the anvil from our storm off to the southwest, spreading over the highway here as we head south. We really are going to be coming up against sunset and the loss of daylight here, but we've got a nice little supercell that I'm going to try and get a look at. The tornado warning on the cell now, 7:34. Will we make it in time to get a view? It may be legit, and it's getting a little nudge from a left split coming up behind it, so boy do I wish I had another hour of daylight. Okay, there's the base, and there's the wall cloud. Okay. A new tornado warning on it now, 7:56 p.m. I just can't see anything in there. Try and stay ahead of it. The possible tornado would be near Cerro Gordo, headed towards Bement right now, which is basically where I'm dropping down to, taking this road south to Bement. Decent rotation right in here. Similar to the Bellevue, Kansas storm on April 28th, you've got a big sweeping RFD surge that curls back into the main updraft region and a kinky little circulation developing at the interface. Dust poof. Tornado? I thought we were about to have a repeat of the dusty Bellevue tornado right in front of me again. There. Right? Here it is. Tornado right there. I don't know if you can see it. Swirl above. I'm gonna have to turn left right here. It's gonna be just south of the road. The circulation never rooted, and I quickly became distracted by the sunset illuminated orange glowing rain bands blasting at me from the west. I still feel bad about this. As I'm pulling in here getting oriented, a mom and son roll up and ask me where it's safe, and I just kind of yell at them to just wait right here, and then I drive off to go find that dust poof or whatever it was.
Hey. Just hang out right here for a minute. Sorry.
Exiting town, the winds are blowing northwest to southeast, left to right across the room, with the circulation in front of me somewhere. Just up the road, the winds shift out of the southwest, blowing right to left across the road. This weak, broad circulation is just toying with me as I pace it down the highway. I really did think the storm would wrap up and I'd get some sort of last-minute before-dark tornado coming down Highway 105, but the circulation never really focused itself before the storm started to slowly weaken. outside of the circulation. Storm's now going off into the distance, off to the east. No choice but to shoot the lightning, I think. So we basically followed that storm that we picked up here at dusk right back into Champaign County and Champaign-Urbana. It's storming at home right now. I just texted my wife to let her know that the storm was rolling in. It was not going to be severe. She's like, yeah, I know the dog is tense right now, but she's trying to go to sleep. And I'm making my way in at a decent hour. So hopefully I can join her and rest up for what's supposed to be a significant severe weather outbreak tomorrow, kind of in this same area. You know, right here at Champaign-Urbana, we're gonna be on the northern edge of the risk here, all the way down into southern Illinois, neighboring states here, Missouri, Indiana, Kentucky, maybe even Arkansas here, getting in on what could be a big severe weather outbreak, and then potentially making our way out west. So, need to bank some sleep here tonight. And maybe tonight not being a late night chase is actually a bit of a good thing. Tomorrow could be a long day. Got clear air behind the storms here, so you just got, I can see the updraft towers and lightning, you know, arcing across the base. It's a pretty cool scene to be rolling back home to. I love it. What a frustrating day. And yet, we were in a tornado warned storm, basically like in the bear's cage there to end it. But all day, just sat there in the hot sun, the dusty wind, just eating dust, getting it in my eyeballs.
Turn
All for
left
what?
onto North Elm Street, then turn right onto North 1st Street.
Get bossed around by my phone. All for, you know, the love of storm observation season.
Turn right onto North 1st Street, West Adams Street, then turn left onto US 45 North. Turn left onto US 45 North, Chestnut Street.
Good. So, this is what it's all about. Finishing up a storm chase, need to go home, plug in my cameras and charge everything and go to bed because we got another storm chase tomorrow. And the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that. I don't know what to expect tomorrow. I feel like we keep getting these model runs that are like, outbreak across I-72, I-70, maybe just south of I-70, all these chaseable areas. It's like discrete supercell, messing stuff up. And then you get a run that's like Bow Echo across the Ohio River. So, whatever. It wasn't gonna be a chase day a couple days ago, and it has really uptrended a lot the last couple of days. And now it's a day 2 moderate, 10 hashed for tornadoes. Potential for long-lived, significant supercells. Another dry line day in Illinois. It is cool that I get to wake up tomorrow and it's going to be a severe weather day. Wake up, it should be hot and muggy, maybe. I don't actually know. But I'm going to wake up and it's going to be a chase day. Lightning. Anyway, music. Bored. GM, good morning.
Yeah. Good morning.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I wasn't talking to you.
How's it going? Good, because
Weather time.
you're tuned in to the SKYDRAMA channel here on the YouTubes, and you're here for some storm observing.
But instead, we're in the airport.
But we're at an airport, which is my other second favorite place to be.
There's SKYDRAMA here, too.
Yeah, so we got some jets. We got a serious low-level jet situation parked right over here, but we are going to abandon that and head south. We got a moderate risk, tornado and wind-driven. So let's go find some tornadic wind bags down south.
I'm in.
Okay.
Vigorous spinners.
You guys want to make a weekend of it?
Okay.
Long weekend, preferably.
It's 2:15 p.m., Cape Girardeau, Missouri, right on the Missouri-Illinois border. We've got a couple of really intense supercells developing straight to our west, probably going to result in one dominant supercell, already tornado warned, already a history of producing tornadoes, but we're kind of in that sweet spot where the environment is going to be peaking during the late afternoon and evening hours, kind of here all the way across southern Illinois into parts of Kentucky and Tennessee. So southern Indiana maybe getting in on the fun here as we get into the late evening and early overnight as well. So there's the potential for multiple rounds of supercells to move through this environment here that is priming. We had, sunshine and, a lot of heating through the day. So temperatures are in the 80s, dew points are in the low to middle 70s. It's extremely unstable today. This is one of those big juice plus big flow days where we've got really strong to extreme instability, and then you've got the combination of a really strong jet stream wave and an intense area of low pressure and a dry line approaching from the west. So we get these really extreme instability days sometimes in the Midwest during the summertime with much weaker wind shear. Today we have both wind shear and instability, and it's likely going to result in a widespread severe weather outbreak of severe storms producing significant severe weather, including the potential for destructive tornadoes, damaging hail, tennis ball to baseball sized, and then strong thunderstorm wind gusts here up to 80 miles per hour as well, maybe higher in some cases. So we're pausing in Cape Girardeau because the storms are coming straight at us right now. So it's a matter of, are the storms going to peak in the next hour or two to where we're going to want to close in on them? The other thought is, will they need some time to get through the, best environment? In that case, we would head a little further east into Illinois and wait for the storms and then pounce on them. But the fact that they're producing tornadoes now and the environment is really primed in this area has us pausing, because initially we thought maybe we go into Illinois. Now it looks like maybe we close in on these storms. We'll decide here in the next, we don't have to hurry our decision, but we're getting the sky now. Look at these clouds above us. You see the streaks coming out. This is the early signs of some modest clouds. You get the turbulence on the underside of the anvil canopy here. So the main thunderstorm updraft straight to the west. And then here you've got the anvil canopy, which you can see on satellite. You've got the thunderstorm updraft, the anvil spreading out, and then you've got clear skies to the south of it. So south of the storm, blue skies. So you're gonna have, heating, instability all flowing into this area. It's just, this is one of the few times a year that I get that sensation where I'm almost buzzing, because you've got the storm in front of you. It's an active tornado producing storm, and your environment has primed, and then everything as you look around, it looks like the sky looks like before you see tornadoes. So it's unfortunate to sit here and think Cape Girardeau, some of these areas are in immediate danger in the next couple of hours, but from a scientist and a meteorologist and storm observer standpoint, this is an interesting place to be over the next couple of hours. So we're gassing up, emptying our bladders, get another shot of caffeine before the show gets started here over the next couple of hours. We're going to be very busy probably over the next few hours here in parts of southeast Missouri, southern Illinois, potentially adjacent parts of Indiana, Kentucky, and Tennessee, and Arkansas, in for a long, long evening here, and what could be a really violent next few hours. Well, we've just been tornado warned. We're in the polygon here for the latest tornado warning on our approaching storm. We're near Benton, Missouri. We just wanted to get kind of a view of it. So we can see the distant updraft tower. Still got the anvil canopy spreading over the top of us with the blue skies off to the south. And now we're kind of doing that waiting and seeing kind of thing. Do we want to pounce on the storm now, or does it need a little bit of time? And right now, as enticing as it is to be sitting immediately upstream from a tornado warned supercell, you think this is what you wait for, right? Well, it looks like it's kind of still struggling to really establish itself as a monster supercell, which is the ceiling today. We have the potential for a really intense supercell, the potential for a significant tornado. So with that being the case, with the storms moving quickly, a lot of times you want to give them space until it looks like it's time. The storm is going nuts. It's about to produce a huge tornado. Otherwise, you get on it too early. Maybe you get involved with the storm, you lose position on it, it gets on the other side of you, outruns you, and then it's producing a monster, 15 miles immediately past you. So it's all about timing it on a day like this. Timing it just right when the storm is doing its most intense thing of the day. So it's not always a given that you can get that right, but that's the thinking we're doing right now. Do we intercept it here, or do we go further east and give it time?
We actually did give the storm some space, going east into Charleston, Missouri, where I unintentionally tried the run inside and pee trick to get our storm cooking. As I strolled inside, things got interesting in the car with Colin and Charlie.
I bought these from my car to yours so that I can clean your car after each shave.
Thank. What am I looking at?
I don't know, I'm trying to figure it. Is there a big duster in there?
Yeah, that looks tornado-y. Actually.
Yeah, it's a tornado. I'm gonna text Andrew.
Yeah, that is.
And we're not far from it. Did you just see Andrew?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's doing
it's
it.
producing.
It's doing it right now. What? Bradfield's got a tornado. It's legit too.
I'm sorry, that was so funny though, because we're like,
Sorry.
come on. No, it's not
I
your fault.
ruined it. I'm just kidding.
Well, it's funny because you're kind of just standing looking around like, shit.
I thought it looked like shit. Same.
So it's happening.
4 p.m. we were going to give the storm a little bit of space. We were actively moving away from it, and now it's producing a tornado, confirmed by some chasers that are closer. So cautiously we move back west, try and get a view. Just west of Charleston, Missouri. Tornado reported on the ground under this storm. We're getting views of the base between the trees. We'll get a clearing here soon, and maybe looking at a tornado or an imminent situation. This highway goes straight west toward it, and then we've got north options that can get us more in front of it, but imminent tornado situation here west of Charleston, Missouri. I think that's the area that it would be. Big in
Oh, tornado left, tornado left. New one.
windows.
There it is, yep.
Good.
407. Go a little farther north, yeah. We'll get a view here as we come in here, so. Strong.
Colin?
Yeah.
I got it. You're good. You just drive. I got it.
We got a view coming.
Yep.
With the foreground.
So we
There it is, yep.
Yeah, you're fine. It's fine.
Is this good enough?
This is great. Yep.
I mean, I don't like the tree,
I
but
know, but I don't know what you can do about it. Zooming out to show you the structure. flow region. We've got some slow rotation within this whole area. Maybe a funnel right there. This is Dealstadt. I'm not sure how you say it. Dealstadt, Missouri. You hear the sirens. We're just west of Charleston, Missouri. Absolutely incredible tornado experience here.
You'll notice this tornado never moved left or right on the horizon. It just got bigger and taller over time. That's a clear indication the tornado is coming right at you, and we were indeed directly in the path of this EF3 tornado. We were moments away from packing up and moving before it dissipated in front of us.
This is too damn tight. Look to the right.
Yeah, that's sick.
And you've got water getting kicked up by the RFD over here. Christ.
One tornado has been seen by the vehicle. It's 4:45. We're with the storm still. We're just trying to make our way east with it, which is sometimes easier said than done with multiple rivers and
Check out the terrain. It's beautiful.
God, I love West Kansas.
So we do what we can to keep with the storm while we also watch back to the west for redevelopment. So
Chuck.
we'll keep at it. Hopefully we'll see some more interesting storm stuff.
We did briefly try to keep up with this storm as it moved east into the river valleys, but eventually swung our attention back to the west.
Some of the terrain you get to play with in this area. We got really lucky. I mean, we planned out the intercept of that storm in the good terrain, but this is, you know, the other option in this area. Look at the little sunspot. Barge.
Multiple barges. Possible barge.
Barge outbreak.
Barge that's in charge, potentially driven by Marge.
We're crossing the Ohio River. We're going back to the new storms on the cold front, back west.
Turn left.
The environment out here is recovering. It's hot and sunny and windy again. Still got plenty of moisture and now maybe a bit of a boundary left by that first storm that came through the area. So, you know, the optimism for documenting another tornado is,
Turn left onto US 60 West, US 62
I don't know.
West.
It's not high.
It's not that high, but we're looking to get some more time with storms here as we make our way west. So we're headed towards the direction we're going for the night. And
Continue
wait.
on US 60 West
No,
for 12
never mind. I'm
miles.
sorry. You're good. You're good. You're good.
I got it. You're fine. I was looking at that too. Point is, we're crossing the rivers again, going back to Missouri, towards Sykeston. 6:12 p.m. Which is basically where we were for that first storm. We've got a new tornado warrant supercell. It's got a great look.
Is that something?
We started noticing an area of interest under this storm as we went into a patchy area of low visibility and trees. Heading east, a tornado in progress appeared to our south.
Thank you. I'm hopping out.
big one.
Yeah.
Keep shooting that, but this is going to be the big one in front of us.
Where?
Right in front of us.
We got, it's, you guys got to shoot that.
I am.
In front or side?
Right. Well,
You shoot
keep
side.
shooting side.
I got side. Got it going out the front. Don't let us lose sight. I still see it.
Yeah. Still got the rope. It's way out here. It's roping out. We got the new area here. I think it's coming down right here. Yeah. That's fine. Move out of the way.
This is the damage path from the first tornado, the long track EF3 north of Sikeston. You can see folks have been through with chainsaws to clear the road of these fallen trees, but there are still wires and hazards all over. I'm still not sure how to explain what we witnessed with this gentleman touching the wires to confirm they're dead.
Safe? Okay. Sorry. He touched it. It's dead, because I'm not dead. This man is touching the power lines to confirm they're dead for us. Really remarkable scene here. The wind is blowing these trees the rest of the way down and blowing debris around. From this first tornado. This was from the first storm we saw, and was talking with a gentleman here in the truck. Unfortunately, it sounds like there were a couple fatalities further west up the road here, just on the other side of the interstate. So not what I wanted to hear. You know, I was asking if there's anything we can do to help. They're trying to get the roads cleared over here, get the utility companies in, but fortunately, it does sound like there was some loss of life from the storms we observed today. Yeah. Always some of the best sunsets, craziest colors, and most vivid skies immediately after severe weather outbreaks. We got the sunset back here and then the anvil canopy for the storms off to the south. So you can get lightning, we got the modest over the top. Got my friends. They think I'm talking to nobody because they haven't met you all yet.
Film that way, Storm Chaser. There's anthill crawlers happening.
We got lightning, sunset, colors, loves, pink colors. Mamadas directly above us.
Popeye's lights just came back on.
We were trying to get dinner. They're without service, power, network connections. Said the system is down. So that's another thing that happens after severe weather outbreaks, is sometimes it's hard to get gas and food. So making a plan to eat, making a plan for somewhere to stay tonight, headed west to tomorrow's setup near the Red River. But for now, I guess we're gonna enjoy the sky and see if we can get fed by somebody. Same.
I know what you got. No, you don't. I saw it. Oh, you ass. I didn't actually see that. That was a lot better than I thought it really was at first.
The odds of a big-time supercell or tornado were low on May 17th, but we stuck around the Oklahoma-Texas border with a bunch of other weather nerds hoping for a cool storm at sunset. After a couple failed attempts, we settled in to enjoy the sunset near Durham, Oklahoma. While flying my drone around, we heard the sound of a distant four-wheeler approaching. Running into strangers in the middle of nowhere sometimes makes me nervous, but this gentleman greeted us with the friendliest grin you've ever seen and asked if he could see the drone in action. He'd never seen one before. It was his birthday, and he even offered to feed us at his place up the road. We declined dinner, but I obliged his request and put the drone back in the air with the last of the evening light.
You guys hungry?
Nah, I'm good.
Shit, man, we got any groceries left over.
That's awful kind of you. Thank you.
These are the kind of human interactions that come along with storm chasing that you often end up cherishing more than the storm observations themselves. I'll never forget hanging out with Colin and Charlie and our new friend on the side of the road there, a moment of solitude in a week of weather violence. We enjoyed a little roadside lightning on our way back to the hotel, with another big tornado outbreak in the forecast for tomorrow.
Is it that little like?
So, right here. You seen that too?
No?
So on Collins, it would probably be the last like 2 scans.
Watch the
because
last
that's
one.
like every 10 or 15 minutes.
It's that like showing
it
that
just
strata.
shows
My guess
that
is
way.
the-
I mentioned it a few minutes ago, but like I don't know what the
Yeah.
hell it is or
But
why.
that's like
it's-
that's
My
like half
theory
a
is it's
county
the
in 5
ascent.
minutes.
Yeah.
So like
I
that's
agree.
racing northeast, so that's gonna clear it out.
We're in Buckland, Kansas. It's that time of day where we stress out because we've looked at the forecast all day and now we're here in the target and things are evolving and they're evolving faster in some areas than others. And if you look above us, it's cloudy here. It's cloudy and cool. If we were to go a few counties west though, it gets a little bit clearer. And then if you look off to our south, where the environment was getting really good, we got very nervous that we're like, are we about to be between zones? Like, is Oklahoma gonna be an area and then way north gonna be an area and we're gonna be out of luck here in southwest Kansas? And so you start stressing and overthinking it and wanting to move and evacuate the area. And you want to avoid a situation where it's like, wow, we woke up in Pratt, Kansas and there was a crazy tornado just west of Pratt, Kansas later in the evening. So we've been really doing a lot of analysis on the satellite and the surface winds and the mesoanalysis. You know, where is it the most unstable right now? And where do short-term forecasts show the evolution over the next couple of hours? And off to our west, Dodge City, and then just south of there, towards the Oklahoma Panhandle, I think that we've got a good chance for things to evolve such that the unstable air, it vects into that area, we get the dry line punching in, get the upper level wave, and you will pop off a couple storms. So I think there will be 2 zones that go, one in Oklahoma, one in southwest Kansas, maybe another in northwest Kansas, and we're in that middle zone now, and we just want to know if we should leave for one of the other ones or if we should stay put, and it's decision time, and that fosters anxiety. You start looking at everything to make sure you're not making the wrong decision, and sometimes looking at everything is not that helpful. Trust the process. Or is that complacency? With thick clouds and now dense fog holding strong in our Kansas target, it was time to evacuate south. A maneuver that let us slice through the baroclinic zone, traveling from a cool and foggy southern Kansas into a sunny, hot, and ready to explode northwest Oklahoma.
We're up about 7 degrees in about 3 miles.
Wow, that sky is wonderful.
Quick update from Woodward, Oklahoma. We have a modest overspreading. Our storm that we've been watching to the southwest is exploding. So if you look over here, here's the bottom of the anvil. Here's the McDonald's sign. The updraft straight west. Got kind of 3 cells that are going up and the anvil overspreading here. So we're gonna get west and then south into position. This is what you look for. Things are following that progression. Got into the environment, storm is going. It's the only storm, so it should have an open runway to utilize the environment here, which is a scary one as forecast.
Right up at this next intersection, I'll go just like pull off on a south road or wherever I have a view.
It's trying, it's like pulling towards the core.
Yeah, rising. Yep,
Nice
we were just
wheat field
noting
over
that
there.
too. I'm gonna go about 100 yards or so south on this road.
We kind of assumed this storm would go on forever into the evening. Spoiler alert, it doesn't. And for that reason, we hung back way east for this tornado. While it kept us quite a distance from the ground action, the view of the entire supercell updraft and long-lived tornado beneath was a rare treat. It's 5:56 p.m. We just had a long-lived tornado from this beautifully structured supercell. You can see the anvil here, the entire updraft. That's the tornadic region right there. The tornado is roped out, but I can still see a little notch there where it looks like it may try to spin back up. Incredible vault region here where you get big hail. You got lightning bolts coming out. This is a classic supercell. You can see the updraft region. You can see underneath it. You don't have a bunch of rain blocking it. From a storm chasing and storm observing standpoint, this is all you could ask for right now.
It's ready to go.
Yeah.
You get in, you keep shooting. I've got it tripoded right now. But get in, you keep shooting while I get in.
It's on the ground, yep.
Bring this in next to you somehow.
Yeah, hold on.
Do whatever you need to do, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Yep, bring it down. I think we can go back north. Yeah.
Yep. You can maybe sense some urgency in that moment. We kind of thought, here goes the big show, as this second tornado developed. Instead, the storm went into an elevated LP form and spun away rather quietly into the sunset. There's hailstones on the ground out here. Walk around and pick some up, they're tiny. There's a cool one. It's 1 p.m. on Monday, May 19th, 2025. We are in eastern Nebraska. We're in York, Nebraska right now. We're chasing one of my favorite types of setups. It's a highly unstable vorticity hot pocket here in eastern Nebraska, just ahead of a surface low
where you've got really tight spin right on the low. You got southeasterly winds out ahead of the surface low. You've got northwesterly winds on the backside of the surface low. So you get a lot of tight spin just in the environment there. You get some sunshine on it like we've got going on above us right now. You heat up the very moist environment here. We have dew points in the mid 60s, which for this type of setup, this kind of tightly wound vorticity hot pocket, you often have unusually cool temperatures and low dew points. Like this is a day when you'd have temperatures like 65 degrees, dew points 57 or 58. And instead we've got temperatures 75 to 80 degrees with dew points around 65, 67 degrees. So this is air that really wants to spin, and it's likely going to get the opportunity to rise as we head into the mid-afternoon, late afternoon, early evening hours. This is an event that could be rather photogenic with really crisp convection, good visibility. And I think there could be a couple of tornadoes, and they might be surprisingly photogenic or intense. So, you know, it's probably the last day of a multi-day trip for us. So from a storm observation standpoint, you know, we're hoping to get some nice supercell structure, but we're probably going to sell out on any tornado opportunities here, knowing that there may only be 1 or 2 tornadoes, and you want to just kind of maximize your opportunity to get a nice shot of that. So we're hanging out in York right now. Colin and Charlie and I are meeting up here and hanging out with some dogs and some friends. Nice opportunity to just kind of chillax, whoa, and look at the data. And as I've looked at the data, I think we're in a pretty good spot, but I might suggest drifting down Interstate 80 once things start to percolate in the next hour or two. Could be 2 to 3 p.m., I think. I love this. I love when the air is just literally rising above you, or I'm sorry, spinning above you. You can see kind of the spin in some of the clouds up there. I might try and capture that to show you, but you just kind of feel like it's a pretty obvious target. You go where the air is really wanting to spin, and where it looks like it's going to rise. You look at 0 to 3 kilometer Cape surface vorticity, and you just go to where the obvious target is. All right, let's monitor things, and I think we may move toward the boundary just to be there when the switch flips, which I think will be in the next hour or two. It's 1:50. We're coming up on Aurora, Nebraska on Highway 34, and we just got visuals of the base of our little percolating area. We should have some crisp convection up there in the blue sky soon. And this area just keeps on cooking on radar. Should be, you know, feeling that switch flip in the next hour. Oh, there's a little peak of the updraft. There we go.
Look on radar, period. Yeah, it's all
It's 2:29. We've got our storm. Not sure which town we're closest to. We're north of, what is that? Central City. That's where I wanted to go earlier. We're north of Central City. We've got a storm. It's got lots of little spinny areas. We stopped and took our first look at it. Now we're going to drift north and east with it. See if we can get a switch to flip. Get an area to really get cranking. Sorry.
Funnel maybe?
Yeah, I think
That's been persistent. Yeah, that's maybe a tornado. It was brief.
You saw on the left there?
Yeah, no, in the middle. It's gone now. All right, I'm gonna get around him. Yeah. That's lovely.
Tornado warning on our storm now, 2:47 p.m. We just continue to stair step ahead of it while it organizes.
The switch took a little longer to flip than I expected with this one. Our early storm gave several good attempts, but eventually became a rainy, outflow-dominant mess. As we repositioned south to a new storm, the switch flipped and a tornado appeared out of the rain.
It's down. It's a cone. Got video?
Yeah.
I'll make a report.
Had a brief tornado on the leading edge of this storm. Still have a circulation. Yeah. Sirens in Schuyler, Nebraska. There's a little circulation here with this high precipitation supercell. It's been very tough to get a look. I got an old thunderbolt here in Schuyler.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Sirens are sounding back in Schuyler, Nebraska. This is a rainy, high precipitation supercell. That's the circulation right in there to our southwest.
This is my favorite place to be. Inflow winds screaming at my back, clouds racing overhead, lightning striking all around, and I just know I'm about to see a tornado.
Schuyler, Nebraska.
Right. Whatever it is going to be part of the storm here in a minute.
Oh, wow.
You all right?
Yeah. I'm great. This just keeps surging at us on the highway. Down the highway, chasing us east.
It's the best motion I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Right there. I know.
Tornado. It's down. It's down. Tornado.
Oh,
Debris.
yeah. Yep.
You're fine. I'm just unbuckling. Tornado on the ground. There's debris being picked up here by these trees. There it is again. Debris. Yep. 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 All right, go. It's right here. Funnel, not condensed. Oh, debris. Right here.
Oh, yeah. 528, still 3 miles east of Rogers.
Spinning up, it's consolidating again.
I'm gonna move it
Yep.
a tiny bit.
Go it.
Oh, it's ramping up.
Yeah, it's wrapping up again.
You shut your window, Joe.
Right beyond the trees. It's right there in the field.
See that flying across?
Yeah.
Okay, it's up here now. It's up here.
Yep. I see the bowl still right over there. You could probably move east a little. Okay, no rush.
It's still a ways up. I think I'm okay.
Yeah. You might have like a new,
I think it's trying to,
like,
it's trying to be right
yeah.
off the water.
Yeah. It's really cranky. You're fine. It's right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Like it's
Coming off the
yeah.
truck. That's awesome.
This whole area is.
It's going to be right in front of us in this field.
Watch the. Can you see the condensation coming
Yeah.
out? The water coming off the truck up there? That's so cool. I'll film it. I'll film it.
5:34, we've just had a tornado touchdown just to our south. The whole circulation continues. The storm has grabbed onto a boundary and is spinning like a top right on top of us. I'm not sure how the storm didn't spin up one more time here, but this was the last big push from the storm before we started making plans for how we'd like to enjoy the rest of our evening. Alright, we are in We're in Tecuma, Nebraska right now. Today is basically done. Got the storm off to our west, the same one that we've been on all day that produced the tornado. Coming in right now to Tecuma with a lot of hail. Tornado risk is done. The storm is kind of coming north of the boundary that it was spinning on. So we found some shelter. We're gonna try and get some hail, and then we're gonna make our way to the backside of the storms as the sun sets and just look at the photogenic convection. It'll be a very different vibe on the backside of these storms than it is out ahead of it. So we're just hoping for a little hail here.
It broke.
Hail. Here's peace.
We did it!
It is certainly raining. That's a good stone. This is what we love at the end of a crazy weather day. Beautiful scenes. Here comes the sun, backside of the storms. SKYDRAMA. I said if Will comes out wearing a gray shirt that says SKYDRAMA, we're in big trouble.
It's charcoal.
Uh-oh.
Charcoal.
It's charcoal.
It's the only one I got.
Yeah, you're fine. It is, well, everyone's invited, but
You may have to scoot up a tiny bit.
I am back really far.
Yeah, because I was sitting there yesterday.
Have you ever bought donuts from the back of a trailer?
I have never purchased donuts out of the back of a trailer.
What's in the box?
Donuts.
Where'd you get them?
The back of a trailer.
And I'm like waiting for the reveal.
Ta-da!
It's about 11 a.m. We got team SKYDRAMA hashtag.
hanging out, eating some donuts here in Decatur beneath a tornado sky as our compact little swirl approaches from the southwest. We've got all the models indicating a cluster of, potential tornado-producing storms right here in east central Illinois into western Indiana. Whether or not it's discrete supercells or, a QLCS or closely spaced storms, that's what we don't know. How hard will it be to see the tornadoes that I think are pretty likely to occur here, probably between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. across, again, eastern Illinois, western portions of Indiana. So we're fueling up donuts. We might not get to eat lunch today before we potentially, everything's just coming right at us. So I do worry a bit about the stomping grounds, Champaign-Urbana being kind of in line for things today as the storms kind of probably become severe and potentially tornadic just to the south of Decatur over towards Champaign, south of I-72, and then quickly track north and east toward the Indiana border, probably producing a few tornadoes along the way. It is hot, sunny, and muggy here, turning breezy and highly sheared in a vorticity-rich environment. Anything that forms here should want to spin.
It's 1:17 p.m. It's been a weird day where we had a big line of storms blow up on the lead arc that we were initially kind of getting ahead of, and now behind the arc, the surface low is just blowing up with these storms. We have like a localized tornado outbreak across the Interstate 72 corridor by Springfield and Jacksonville. Meanwhile, we're like way east in the rain. So we've punted on that, knowing that we may, get to this next line of storms. And by next line, I mean these like isolated supercells back on the surface low too late. But this seems to be the area, and like look out the window. It's definitely recovered. You would not think a line of severe storms went through here like an hour or two ago. It's definitely, with the help of the 1:18 p.m. June sun, we've recovered. And it's like just these little cells that produce tornadoes. I don't know if it'll keep doing it, but that's been what's happening over here. So the wipers off.
Thank you.
Backside of the storm that we're coming up to. There's a funnel cloud and maybe tornado with no introduction.
Like
right above the road. Maybe. It's spinning. Funnel cloud right up the road. Swirl aloft. Look at the ground.
Yep.
It's like low contrast, but it's a tight swirl.
Everybody else sees it now too.
We've got some strong westerlies behind us right now.
Do not.
Right there. What is it? It's like a... Oh wait, just pause the sound. Did you see it? It's a horizontal board, like funnel. It's like horizontal.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna stretch. That whole area is really trying now.
How about I'm coming up to food stand here. Are you okay with me just moving? Thank you.
I think it's consolidating into a whole area that might try. A lot of rising motion, a lot of rotation. Good morning from Cozad, Nebraska. Just enjoying a beautiful sunrise here. I'm actually in Nebraska for work today. I'm going to be attending a field day just outside Cozad here, but we've got a marginal risk, a low risk for a couple slow-moving supercells. I enjoyed a nice little mini supercell with a nice shelf cloud yesterday, kind of outflow dominant, just a really pretty storm scene there. I threw the drone up in the air there in the far northwest tip of Missouri before I crossed into Iowa and then Nebraska. But here we are. We've got a busy day today. We're gonna head out to the field around 9 o'clock today. They talk on the weather around lunchtime, hang out through the afternoon, and then I'm gonna have my eyes to the northwest, over toward the Nebraska-Wyoming border, where we might get a slow-moving storm or two that should drift this general direction toward the overnight. So ingredients are not off the chart. We're talking about maybe some storms forming on the terrain and then rolling off into the plains. But hey, we're gonna take any kind of storm on a work travel Tuesday out here in western Nebraska. Really, really beautiful morning. It's tornado season in Tornado Alley. We might be here for work, but 'tis the season.
It's coming up on 5 p.m. Just going northwest out of Ogallala towards the dry line, and my little circulation that I think is going to kick off a couple storms here in the late evening. Got a line of towers, agitated Q, orphan anvil. We've had, attempts here at convective initiation, and I think eventually this will be the area that goes. So I'm just kind of drifting over toward it, the Oshkosh area, Llewellyn, Arthur, kind of just this general area. I want to get over there where there's quite a bit of vorticity, some really steep lapse rates. So these storm bases are going to be way up there. Very high base storms, like 90 over 64 out here. Crazy steep lapse rates. Should get some robust convection going here in the late evening. The second updraft there. So I got two storms, two updraft bases to watch. So we hope the front one, closer to the highway, becomes the dominant storm. It looks more robust. Initially, this one to the north on radar was more intense, but now this one's got the fatter base. Nice anvil coming off of it. This should eventually become a nice little supercell. It's already, I would call it a supercell on radar, but I think this thing will get better and probably live for a bit. It's ours for the evening. It's literally just past a runner. Where did you even come from?
I've got my storm here off to my northwest. It's kind of flickering with lightning in here. I think my concern, this is a good spot to watch. You can kind of see this opaque area here where you lose the definition in the clouds. You see they're really textured right here, and then it's opaque. It's a big cascading precipitation core. And so I'm afraid we might get some hail or some rain falling on us soon, but otherwise, this is a great spot to watch this storm organize. We got the anvil coming out here, the blue skies, Mamatis on the backside. Mamatis spreading out ahead. We are in perfect position for a developing supercell. This is great. Know what that spot is. It's the sun or what?
So my storm was kind of turning right and going south over my east-west highway. And I thought I had no options and was gonna have to literally say goodbye to the storm. And then I found this road, single lane road that goes like 40 miles south to Oshkosh. So I'm the only person on this road right now, I think, trying to get out of this stupid storm. Stupidly beautiful, I hope.
Really pretty updraft based here. We got the sun coming in. You can see just really compact swirling updraft there. I don't know if it's going to become super photogenic or if it's just a nice supercell, but right now it's a nice supercell on this little one-lane road here in Garden County. Beautiful storm. A lot of lightning. There's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning on this storm right now for 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Just a really pretty high-based supercell. And I've got this little single-lane road all to myself. I keep thinking like maybe it's on its way out and just stays looking pretty. So the sun is going to hit the horizon here. Still got our storm going. Here's the precip core, the updraft tower, and then the anvil up here. So when the sun comes through here, this should turn a vibrant orange, red, pink, whatever, all this stuff to the east as well. So I'm just kind of going south, staying like ahead of this. I wish I could go southeast, but south will do. Seems like the further away I get, the more the updraft I can see, and that might be cool to get the whole thing here at sunset.
trying to get out ahead of the storm. The sun is getting down on the horizon out my window, creating a dust cloud, and you just got the supercell updraft back here. There's the base, and then you got the updraft tower above it. So I'm going south partially because I don't want to be on this road at night. And also because I kind of think the further away from this storm that I get, the better it's going to be.
What a pretty storm. My car is barely holding on, my rental. Whew. My rental. We got 4-wheel drive, kinda. I think we'll call it. That's what today was all about. A work trip, but you find a couple storms along the way. We had that nice little shelf cloud yesterday. Today we got our slow-moving supercell here near Alliance, Nebraska. Took us all the way to sunset. We should get to enjoy some lightning on the drive back to the hotel now too. Here's the sky to the east and then the sky to my south down my little sandy road. We got Mamatis south, updrafts and stuff east. Cirrus blow off, I mean. And then we got our dying storm base right here. That's still the base of the storm right here. And then you got your hail core. Here comes some pink color on the backside here. I'll probably just sit here for another 5-10 minutes, see what happens. The colors should be changing a lot in the next just a couple.
So that's my north. I got fireworks to my east, and then lightning southeast.
On a stormy afternoon in July, I decided to send my drone up from my backyard in Urbana, Illinois to keep an eye on a line of storms erupting along a nearby boundary. I mostly saw what I expected to see, downbursts and crisp convection. Most of my attention was focused on approaching downbursts to my west, but I panned the camera around to my east and had an extreme "what the heck is going on" moment as a funnel cloud dipped out of the sky. This thing condensed convincingly far down and really tested my theory that if you've got a funnel halfway to the ground, you've probably got a circulation at the ground. I looked for evidence of a tornado touchdown in the fields the next day, but couldn't confirm anything. Good morning from my favorite place in the world, probably. We're on Deep Lake, central Wisconsin, Adams County. I'm on vacation today, but the weather is begging for my attention here. We've got one of my favorite summertime setups. We've got an MCV generated by thunderstorms in the Dakotas yesterday that is drifting toward the Midwest. This is something that I've enjoyed for my whole life, is sitting on this lake, watching the western horizon, watching the horizon evolve through the day, swimming on a hot, sunny day, watching thunderstorm anvils develop over the top of the western horizon of that lake and then roll over the lake and enjoy a storm here. And so it's a cloudy, not cool, but it's not hot and heavy. We're kind of on the north side of the baroclinic boundary today, kind of the warm front that this MCV or this little area of low pressure is going to run along. So sitting by the lake, drinking coffee, taking a look at the setup, see what we got here. So we got a slight risk. We're right here. We're in the 5% area for tornadoes. I'll show you that. 5% probability for tornadoes across southern Wisconsin, northern portions of Illinois. And if I flip on over, here's the satellite. You can find the swirl. Just let it play a couple times here. Here's that big remnant area of low pressure. Continues to drift this way. So I'm right about here. Looks like this center of low pressure is going to pass very close or maybe just south of us, and it's right on the low. Is right where I want to be. You want to tap into those thunderstorms that are literally in a spinning environment there. So they spin when they go up. You can play for thunderstorms developing a little further south into northern Illinois later on along the outflow boundary there, but you just don't have quite as much spin. So, you know, hindsight will be 20/20, but my gut says southern Wisconsin has some rotating storms moving through it today, and we're gonna try and get a look at some of those. It's about 11:30 a.m. on Wednesday, July 16th, 2025. Leaving vacation mode to get into storm observation mode momentarily. Been hanging out at the family lake, the cabin there, swimming this morning. It takes a lot to get me to leave paradise, that being the lake there, to go off and try and mess with storms that might be finicky here. But this is kind of, honestly, it's not like it's a high risk, volatile day with a big tornado outbreak forecast, but it takes a lot to get me to leave the lake to go deal with storms. And I love storms, but let's be real, like, chasing storms is a thing. It's exhausting, it's kind of frustrating. And so when I'm up here, I want to check out. This is where I come to hit the reset button, so I'm not trying to like unreset in the middle of reset. But as far as like, I think I could see a tornado if I go out the door today. This is one of the higher end situations I found myself here mid-vacation. So we've got this MCV that's coming in kind of along the Minnesota-Iowa border, pushing into southwestern Wisconsin. We've already got an arc of storms kind of forming just ahead of that. If we can get a second arc right on the low, that's probably even better here towards the early afternoon. But it's 11:30. I kind of want to drift about an hour southwest, so I got Spring Lake in my GPS right now, and then I'll look at things there. Is it going to be this lead arc? Do we get a second arc? That'll put me in position. But had a nice couple days on the lake, had a nice morning there. Sophie, she's cool with it. I was like, look, this might be one of those things where it's a summer storm and I got to go keep it honest and go look at it. She is exhausted from
Yesterday was like the dream day on the lake, hot and sunny. You go down in the morning, you don't come up till the end of the day. We had dinner at like 11 o'clock last night. So everyone's tired back at the cabin, and I'm feeling a little spry. And we're gonna go drift an hour southwest of here and see what happens. Terrain's gonna be what it's gonna be. We're in Wisconsin here. There's gonna be patchy good and patchy pull your hair out, and you just hope you time it out right. Maybe storms aren't hauling and you got enough time to square it up. So we'll see what we see. Maybe a Wisconsin tornado day. Beautiful vibes out here the window right now. Blue skies shining ahead of the MCV with cumulus clouds starting to pop up. Let's go see a Wisconsin tornado. How about it? I almost wanted to say, don't you know, eh? All the other states around it and countries and whatever. Go see some tornadoes, eat some cheese curds, go back, find some nuclearis, spotted cow, and grill a steak on the lake. Make it a best day ever. It's 12:23. We've got a tornado-warned storm to the south. I was headed towards Spring Green, but I've rerouted towards Arena, Wisconsin, which is just east of Spring Green. Got this discrete rotating storm that's tornado warned, kind of lifting right in that area. So the GPS says I would be getting a view of that in about 30 minutes, which is both an annoying amount of time when something's tornado warned and looking good on radar, and it also should be fine if this is going to be an event that goes on for a couple hours. So 30 minutes away from getting into storm observation mode, but we're definitely in chase mode, and we've got a storm that we're rapidly trying to get towards. These cows don't even care. View of a tornado-warned supercell in 30 minutes. Not a bad place to be. There's a confirmed tornado 15 miles straight south of me, coming through the town of Plain, still headed towards Arena, Wisconsin, just east of Spring Valley, but confirmed tornado kind of in Dodgeville, which almost targeted earlier, so feeling kind of dumb, feeling kind of late right now. GPS says about 10 to 15 minutes before we're squared up in the path of this ongoing tornado. Got an officer in front of me, so we will go the speed limit into the path of this tornado. All right, so this is where we are in the forward flank downdraft heavy precipitation region of this tornado-warned supercell. The area of rotation, potential tornadoes headed right for Arena, which is 8 miles up the road. So we're gonna go east, and eventually to the right of the road, near to the south, we should start to see a darker area and a rain-free base and a potential tornado. There's now multiple tornado-warned storms. There's one back to my north even that I considered flinching back toward because I should have a clean view there, but the terrain I know is not quite as good. So we're gonna pick the middle of 3 tornado-warned storms right now. Hope for the best based on terrain and environment. Being kind of right in the middle. Strong right to left, which would be strong southerly right now. Tornado would be to my like southeast. So now we have westerly winds that are blowing into the action area, center of circulation. So continuing to move up here down Highway 14 toward Arena with the tornado potentially coming into Arena from the south. Nothing out there. Okay, getting definition. All right, there's clouds. All right, it's probably right here. Right up here. clouds right here. Right over here. Oh my God. Look at that. Tornado's got to be right in there. We'll keep going into arena. Wants to do it right in front. What's here? That's a tornado. Storms become high precipitation, so if there's a tornado in there, get out ahead of it. Sometimes look in the notch and see it, so let's try.
don't really know how to tee this one up for you, but I'm essentially right back in the path of the action area on this supercell, and a tornado is actually moments away from spinning up and crossing the highway right next to me. Another circulation to my west is about to catch my attention, but it's actually this area to my southwest that is either about to or already producing a weak tornado, and it's this area that's coming right toward me. The sound of rushing wind and tree debris being sucked upward is my first clue to scoot out of the way.
It's rotating right behind me and right next to me. I'm not joking, these rain curtains are rotating around me. So we've got, the winds are going, you see the rain curtains left to right in front of me, with right to left behind me. Just waiting for the tornado to touch down basically anywhere. There it is. It's right here. There's debris going up. Right behind me. On that hill. Sorry, go ahead. Is that you, Charlie?
I'm a little shell-shocked from the quick spin-up and starstruck from running into my buddy Charlie Kruschek out there, but that's the big bowl funnel from this long-track tornado that continues off to the northeast.
Charlie! Okay. Tornado just formed here. Right here. Literally just hit these trees, hit that farm. It was a weak EF0, but we were just right by it when it touched down. Circulation continues. We'll go try and get back ahead of it. Wow. A lot of trees here right now, unfortunately, but I do think that we've still got a tornado probably behind them. We'll get up here to Highway Y and we can take an east jog, get back towards the action area of this storm, right under the inflow tail here, around the bend here, and eventually we'll get back having a view. See some of the little hanging stuff here. Will we get a shot?
Once again, this escalates quickly, but rounding the bend and heading east to get back ahead of the storm, I run back into Charlie. We get out of the car to share some excitement about the day so far, only to notice debris flying in the air. Charlie goes, "Is that debris or is that birds?" And we realize a tornado is headed through the forest right toward us. And yeah, you're hearing me running in Birkenstocks. I was in vacation storm chase mode.
It's big. There's a tornado right there. Like, is this birds or is that a tornado?
That's a tornado right here.
I see it, I see it. That's a honker. Let me get my car.
Drive straight. You can drive straight.
Yeah, I'm driving straight over this hill. You can hear it. Charlie!
You go first.
I'm going. Tornado right here. Go, 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 go. It's right here. Okay, let's go. It's gonna hit this town. It's gonna hit this town. Here's the whole cut. think a weak tornadic circulation continues, but you've just got the cut of a lifetime back here. Blue skies now, behind the storm, sirens sounding. That went right through this little neighborhood and grove of trees. Probably go back and just make sure everyone's okay. Look, that's the tornado right there. You see the funnel, like nub thing, and then it goes up to the updraft. That's the remnant circulation from the tornado, just drifting with the storm, getting left behind. There's a new area forming up here, the darker area. That's the new updraft base. I guess we'll drift with this. Going right under the swirl again. Nothing on the ground though. There's debris falling from the sky here. You see the leaves? Some birds, and then there's debris falling from the sky here as this tornado dissipates. All right, so I'm calling the chase. Like, that's good. These storms might continue on to the east, and there's additional storms off to the south. I don't have the chance to really look at the environment and decide if I should blast that way, but I'm back at the scene where the tornado crossed the highway here, and I'm gonna get the drone in the air, see if there's anything I can do to help. I assume not, but at any rate, chase is over. We're back where this tornado crossed the highway. There's emergency vehicles up the road and everything here. Whew, that was something. All right, we'll see what's going on up here. Well, Nick came over. We got another round of storms coming in, but you saw this tornado coming at you from the house here?
Yeah, I mean, I saw it from that window right there. I didn't see like the full funnel cloud, but I saw
problems.
I saw stuff starting to go up towards the air, which is usually a bad sign, and things just swirling in the air. That's where I got away from the window, went in the basement, heard it go over. And then as soon as it stopped, I came back out. It was all over in like 30 seconds, if that.
Yeah. Nick's house was fairly lucky. You could see all the tree damage over at the neighbors.
Down the block, not so much. There's huge trees uprooted.
Tornado just went right down this road, uprooting trees. All right, coming through this neighborhood one last time. Second line of storms has moved off. I'm gonna let it do that. We've got another little spud here just going up overhead, but I think that was probably the peak of the event there as far as, you know, an MCV day, the storms go up and they gank up that vorticity, they rotate, they produce tornadoes, and then usually the environment gets cooked and you've got strong storms, but they're not really rotating as much anymore. So I think that's the part of the day we're in as storms move well off to my east. And I want to go back to my lake.
and unwind. Still be able to swim later today. And even before I thought I was gonna chase today, we were talking about grilling steaks. So that's about to happen. Look at this thing in front of me. Watched it coming right through here. This was basically where I decided, all right, we're gonna cut in front of it and film it from the east. It was coming right through these trees. You could hear it, see it right through this gap. And this is where Charlie and I were stopped. I was trying to get back ahead of it here on this highway on Y. And we're just like, I was gonna go east, and we're like, oh. It's 6:45. I saw tornadoes today. Grilling in paradise. Literally making dinner, grilling steaks, celebrating right after. Rare. Top tier day. What's happening? It's 1:52 on Sunday, July 20th. Guess who's back? Subaru's back. Finally. I'm getting out today, not even because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna see a supercell or something like that. Like, I missed my car. So, didn't make a big thing about it, but my beloved new coolest thing I've ever owned, Subaru Forester, was rear-ended at the very end of June. Just a regular old drive here across town, getting on the interstate, taking the kiddo to the mall, got rear-ended as we were getting into a work zone. I slowed down, the person behind me wasn't able to brake in time. Hit the back of my car. It didn't look bad, but they really ended up replacing a lot of kind of the back rear hatch, bumper, and doing some work to the left rear quarter panel. All of that to say, if you're, someone who pays attention to details and is used to my backdrop being the Subaru Forester, you might have noticed the last few weeks I was not chasing in it. Again, didn't really mention it. Out in Nebraska, I was in a work rental. But then the last two chases out in Iowa and then in Wisconsin last week, I was really missing my personal vehicle. Just didn't have everything set up the way that I like it. Didn't have the comfort, didn't have, all the things that I bought the Subaru Forester for. So the thing about today is we've got a slight risk, and it's a 2% tornado probability day, so it's not nothing. But it's a typical summer day in Illinois where we got a ton of juice. We've had morning storms go through. There's a bunch of boundaries. Everything looks really unclear, and then eventually you get storms that pop up either, for some dumb reason or because there's some sort of boundary or some sort of weird thing happening. And so when I have a Sunday, I've got nothing going on for the afternoon and the evening. It's hot, it's muggy. I've got my car back and I just kind of want to go for a drive. I'm looking for any reason for a storm to rotate. So let me show you what I'm seeing here. So you got this little area here just to my northeast. It's kind of in an area where I've seen some pretty fun storms and some pretty memorable tornadoes and on some fluky days. So it starts making me go, what's going on up there? So we got the winds here southerly where I am up towards about the Pontiac area. Then you have kind of a Lake Michigan enhanced warm front there where you're sucking some colder air off Lake Michigan. So you got easterlies, you set up a boundary there and you're almost kind of generating an area of low pressure. And so there's been these little spuds right on a boundary there where you've got coldish flow out of the, I'm just trying to reverse it for your perspective here, but coldish air out of the east to the north. And then you've got warm, humid, increasingly unstable as the sun starts to come out here early in the afternoon air coming up from the south. And then you've almost got this push like from the west coming in too, just kind of from the mean upper level flow. And so the reason I'm leaving now is because I wonder if you don't almost generate an area of low pressure there, kind of right on this remnant boundary. You got some vorticity. I think that eventually thunderstorms will develop here across the area this evening. So it's a good day to get out and look at some thunderstorms here on a summer Sunday. But I also kind of wonder if something might rotate up there. And so we're in the car. I'm gonna get it set back up. got some coffee, just kind of having a tired Sunday out here with the rainy, thundery vibes in the morning, but a little iced coffee, some towers on the northern horizon along a boundary where I'm pretty sure things might spin. So again, I'm not even sure that I'm targeting a supercell later, and I'm not even sure that I'm targeting a mini supercell. Like, it might eventually become that, but I almost think, if you go back to last June 29th, it's not the same setup, but I almost wonder if we're gonna get some cumulus clouds out here producing funnel clouds that really wanna yank with this July, you know, low level lapse rate. So I should probably stop sitting in a parking lot with the northerly view blocked, but I'm in the car. We're gonna drive up toward Pontiac, maybe, you know, Highway 24, something like that. I'm thinking north central, northeast into central and east central Illinois here as we head into the mid-afternoon hours, something kind of weird. So it's 2:20. I'm just a little bit down the road on Highway 47, just shy of where 47 meets 136. And I wanna show you a couple things, because it's a low end day here, but my vibes are kind of elevated to where it's one of those days it doesn't matter what the vibe is. Slight risk, 2% tornado day with not a lot of height, but if you think that you could get a rotating storm in a tornado, then that's all that matters. It's a high risk day, it's a high end day. And just let me show you. So here's out the window. We got blue sky, you see the little cotton balls here. We've got a lot of low level moisture here. So with the little sunshine, down here in the lowest levels of the atmosphere, it's gonna get really hot and muggy, and that air will want to rise, and we'll start getting little agitated cumulus clouds. And pan over here and look at the environment. So I'm kind of like, probably right about here. I'm not very far up into northwestern portions of Champaign County. But you see here, easterly winds coming off the lake up here. So these easterly winds come in, you got southerly winds here. Look at this little tongue of instability. You see the yellow nub right here. I'll just pause it. We just got a new image. So you see this little punch of instability, and then you've got colder air wrapping around on the north side. This is where I think you literally generate just like a small storm system here, where you've got cooler air to the north, warm and unstable air punching in from the southwest. You get generally like cyclonic swirling along that boundary, and you've got agitated cumulus now along it. So I look at this and I'm like, something should spin there, even if it's just these cumulus clouds that are erupting. Like, they might make funnel clouds. So let's go look at that. But then let's look at the HRRR. What's the latest HRRR say? You know, I don't care what the HRRR says today, but it would be nice if it shows supercells. So here's the 18Z run that's running right now. What does it say? Okay, right in that zone, we've got a storm rotating. And then if I jump over to the next hour, so that's, you know, about 4 or 5 p.m. is what we're talking about. Here's the next hour. You got a rotating storm just going right through Champaign County, right along that zone. So that's what today is, and that's why I'm suddenly like, okay. It's one of those days where you wake up, it's July, you got all the energy in the world for thunderstorms. You know, it's one of the hottest, muggiest places you can find right now with central Illinois. You get morning thunderstorms that go through, you sit there and sip your coffee and listen to the thunder and watch the rain and think about what might happen. And then as it gets towards afternoon, you're like, well, that little area, that might spin. You know, as I look at it now, I kind of want to just go hang out there. And then the models start catching on and they're like, yeah, something will spin there. And then it's like, okay, well, isn't that what I do? Like, what am I if I won't drive an hour northwest to go look at that? You know, that's SKYDRAMA right there. So surface obs, instability getting sucked right in there, agitated cumulus right in that area, and high resolution weather models that say rotating storms for like 4 hours right here later on this afternoon. I'm pretty excited. So as I said, game day, I kind of needed to just stop and be like, is this real? Is this what's happening? The Cubs are beating the Red Sox. Everything going according to plan, other than, it's crazy. Pontiac has northeasterly winds. Bloomington has, it's just coming right to a point, right in this swirly zone. It's nuts. Actually, this is pretty cool, and I'm starting to get excited, and I want to go maybe another 30 miles that way. I love swirls. I love when they get all unstable, and then swirls on the surface obs become swirling updrafts. Friggin' love it. Just south of Forest, Illinois on Highway 47, we've got some not very interesting bases out the window here overhead, but we've actually got some cells developing just to my north. On radar, we got these little blips that actually have orange and red in them, and they're right on that boundary where you got northeasterly winds north of those cells, and then you have southwesterly winds on the south side of those cells. So they're going up on a boundary that's spinning, and you got some nice bases. So, moving north a little bit, just to get closer to these little cells while they initiate. I kind of figure we'll babysit these. They'll either like do some funnels, become thunderstorms, or we'll just migrate south toward the other boundary. But you can follow this base, another little one here, or this kind of line of bases, this convergent line is what I would call it, that might swirl. Told you guys. Funnel to my northeast. Told you. Probably should have put the drone up or just moved closer sooner, but I was just really surprised I was right about this happening for a second. Try and get closer to that. Try and get closer. Exactly what I thought would happen today. What'd I say? Spinny boundary spins. So that just happened to the northeast, but we got this to the northwest now. The funnel northeast has roped out, but I kind of wonder if this thing isn't the next little updraft that tries to spin, so maybe I should try and get in position for it. so I'm closer next time. Whew, that's crazy. Got this to the south still too.
So, yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on it. Appreciate, we've seen a couple of pictures here, so if anything gets a little more feisty, feel free to give me a call. I think I know what shower you're on there, because you're now in eastern Livingston County on 47, so I wonder if you're near like Sonneman there or whatever. So
yeah, just a big rotating base, and yeah, what you said is exactly why I went out the door. I'm like, I don't know if I'm going out for land spouts or cold air funnels or mini supercells or eventually like a supercell, but
into that,
but yeah, so I'm like, well, we got, you know, low level vorticity and whatever shear on a boundary in July, and I got that Sunday off, so I'll go babysit it. So anyway, I saw that little needle come down, and I'm like, there you go. So it's spinning.
All right, man, I appreciate the report there, and if anything changes, feel free to give us a ring back here, all right?
Will do. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye. Here's my location in Stockland at 542. I don't know, it might try pretty much right by me. Nice dark base. I think I'm in a weak RFD right here. Got a rotating base here just south of town. Rotating just south of town. The 2025 storm observation season came to a quiet end for me after this one. We're in the storm chasing off season now, which doesn't necessarily mean hibernation. I'll still be out there chasing stimulating weather, from dust devils in the cornfields to winter storms on the prairie, but as we head back into the cold season, my heart will stay warm dreaming about the next storm observation season.